You stand in the heart of a quiet grove where the forest canopy stretches high above. It is a living mosaic of green and gold, leaves overlapping in countless layers that soften the afternoon light. Sunlight filters through the high branches, not in harsh beams, but as a gentle, dappled luminescence that dances on the world below. The soft breeze moves through the treetops, and the leaves whisper to one another. It is a sound like the quiet turning of pages in a very old book, a story told in a language of rustles and sighs. The air is mild and still, carrying the scent of green, growing things and rich, dark earth. You walk forward, and your footsteps are cushioned by a thick carpet of fallen leaves. They are soft and dry, a collection of seasons past that muffle every sound. Looking down, you see the intricate patterns they make on the ground, a tapestry of amber, russet, and faded gold. Here and there, clusters of ferns push their way through the leafy blanket. Their fronds are a vibrant deep green, unfurling in delicate spirals toward the soft light. Tucked beside the gnarled root of an ancient oak, a patch of tiny wildflowers blooms, their petals a pale, creamy white, almost glowing in the shade. Then, the air is rich with the forest perfume. There's the deep, earthy scent of moss that clings to the bark of trees and covers the shaded stones. It smells of cool, damp places and the slow, patient passage of time. As you wander deeper, another fragrance weaves through the air, something sweeter and lighter. It is the delicate scent of honeysuckle. Following the sweet aroma, you find the vine itself, wrapped gracefully around the trunk of a tall birch. Its pale, trumpet-shaped flowers are in full bloom, releasing their gentle fragrance into the warm air. You pause for a moment, simply taking in this lovely, calming scent that hangs in the quiet grove beneath the whisper of the leaves. Another sound begins to emerge. It is faint at first, a low, melodic murmur. It is the sound of moving water. You turn toward the sound, following unbarely their trail that winds between the trees. The ground here feels softer, spongier, and the moss grows in thicker, velvety cushions over the earth. The babbling grows clearer with each step, a constant, soothing rhythm that seems to be the very heartbeat of this tranquil place. It harmonizes perfectly with the rustling leaves, creating a peaceful, natural melody. The trees part slightly, revealing the source of the sound. A small brook, no wider than a few footsteps, meanders through the grove. Its water is perfectly clear, flowing over a bed of smooth, gray stones that have been polished by the current for countless years. You can see every pebble, every grain of sand on the bottom. Sunlight catches the ripples on the surface, creating 1,000 tiny, fleeting sparkles that glitter and disappear. You watch as a single bright yellow leaf from a birch tree floats by, spinning slowly in a gentle current before continuing on its journey downstream. You find a large, flat stone at the water's edge, its surface covered in a soft layer of dark green moss. You sit upon the stone, which feels cool and solid. From here, the world seems to slow to a peaceful, unhurried pace. The only movements are the gentle flow of the water before you and the slow, graceful sway of the fern fronds in the breeze. The air feels a little cooler near the water, fresh and clean. The sounds of the grove envelop you, the brook's steady murmur, the leaves' soft shushing, the hum of stillness itself. A dragonfly with wings like thin sheets of stained glass hovers for a moment over a patch of still water, its body a shimmer of iridescent blue, before it darts silently away into the trees. Its call is not loud or startling, but a series of clear, flute-like notes that drift through the trees. It sings a short, simple melody, and then a profound quiet settles once more, deeper than before. A moment later, the bird calls out again, its song moving through the other sounds of the grove. It does not disturb the peace, but seems to be a part of it, a thread of pure sound in the rich tapestry of the forest's quiet. The song is distant, a gentle reminder of the life teeming just beyond this peaceful clearing. The melodic call seems to be a gentle invitation to explore further, to see what lies beyond this sun-dappled sanctuary. You rise slowly from the moss-covered stone and turn from the babbling brook. You continue your walk, moving the water and deeper into the heart of the woods. Your footsteps are nearly silent now. On the thick layer of leaves, the forest floor absorbing every sound, a feeling of timelessness envelops you. A feeling of timelessness envelops you, as if this grove has remained unchanged for centuries. Its ancient trees standing as silent, patient guardians of the quiet. The light has begun to change, the sun dipping lower toward the horizon. The golden patterns on the forest floor have grown longer, and the shadows stretch out like soft gray velvet. As you wander on with no destination in mind, the dense stand of trees begins to thin slightly ahead. Through a wide gap between two immense gray bark beech trees, you see the beginning of a path. It is not a well-trodden road, but a narrow, meandering track, its edges defined by small stones half buried in the soil and cloaked in moss. The path seems to lead out this open grove and into a more secluded part of the woods, one shaded by an even denser canopy. It beckons you forward, promising more quiet and more tranquility. You approach the entrance to the path, standing for a moment at the threshold between the sunlit grove and the shaded journey ahead. The air here feels different, holding a sense of gentle mystery. You take a first, slow step onto the path, the whispering canopy of the grove still rustling softly behind you, as you move toward the gentle embrace of the ancient garden. As you move toward the gentle embrace of the ancient garden, the path receives you with a profound stillness, which in the grove was filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, now carries a different fragrance, something sweeter and more cultivated. The ground beneath you changes from soft loam to the firm, subtle texture of small cobblestones. They are worn smooth by time, their edges rounded and indistinct, nestled closely together like the scales of a sleeping lizard. Fine, velvety moss grows in the crevices between them, a vibrant green in the fading light. A short distance ahead, the source of the gentle, warm light becomes clear. A single lantern hangs from a gracefully curved iron hook set beside the path. It is not a bright or glaring light, but a soft, buttery glow that seems to hum with quiet energy. The lantern is crafted from dark, weathered wood and panes of frosted glass, which diffuse the candlelight within into a gentle, welcoming radiance. The light pools on the cobblestones directly below, turning them from gray to a soft amber, and spills onto the leaves of the ferns and bushes that line the walkway. You takes another step, and the sound of a footstep on the stone is soft and muted, absorbed by the moss and the quiet of the evening. As you continues, another lantern appears, identical to the first, and then another. They are spaced just far enough apart that as you moves out of the warm circle of one, you are already entering the gentle glow of the next. This chain of soft lights creates a ribbon of warmth, a guide through the deepening twilight of the ancient garden. The world outside this illuminated corridor falls away into soft, deep shadows. The air is alive with the subtle perfume of night-blooming flowers. It is a serene symphony of scents that envelops you. A delicate, sweet fragrance drifts from clusters of white jasmine, their star-shaped blossoms nearly invisible in the dimness, offering their scent only to the night. Deeper still is the scent of moonflowers, large, pale, trumpets unfurling slowly as the last of the sun's warmth leaves the air. Their perfume is creamy and soft, a gentle presence that hangs in the still air. The scents mingle, never overwhelming, but creating a peaceful atmosphere, a fragrance that speaks of calm and rest. As the light of the sky fades, the sounds of the night begin to awaken. At first, it is just one or two hesitant chirps from a cricket testing the air, but soon others join in from the deep shadows beyond the path, from beneath the broad leaves of unseen plants. Their calls weave together into a gentle, pulsing chorus, a steady, rhythmic thrum that becomes the heartbeat of the garden. It is a sound so constant and so peaceful that it soon becomes a part of the silence itself. Who pauses for a moment between two lanterns, standing in a place where their light just overlaps. The warm glow catches the intricate patterns of a spider's web spun between the leaves of a low-hanging branch, each silken thread illuminated like a string of tiny pearls. The leaves of the plants nearby are a deep glossy green, their surfaces reflecting the soft lantern light. The world feels close and intimate within this gentle illumination, a sanctuary of warmth against the cool, expanding night. Aye, something small and pale flutters in the air near the next lantern. A moth with wings like powdered parchment, is drawn to the gentle light. It does not dash itself against the glass, but circles in a slow, hypnotic dance. Its movements are silent and graceful, a fleeting ballet in the warm air. You watch as its wings catch the light, revealing faint, dusty markings, before it flutters away, disappearing back into the soft darkness from which it came. The air, it stirred, settles once more, perfectly still. The sky above, visible in the gaps between the overhanging branches of ancient trees, has deepened from the blue of dusk to a velvety indigo. It is a rich, profound color, the very essence of tranquil night. And against this dark canvas, the first star of the evening appears. It is a single, sharp pinprick of silver light, unwavering and clear. For a moment, it is the only star, a solitary sentinel in the vast, quiet sky. But as you watches, another emerges nearby, and then another, like shy diamonds being laid out upon dark velvet. The path continues its gentle, meandering journey. It curves softly to the left, revealing a new stretch of lantern-lit stone. The garden does not reveal itself all at once, but offers its beauty in small, unhurried moments. Each step you take feels calm and unhurried, as if time itself has slowed, stretching and dissolving in the peaceful atmosphere. There is no destination, only the gentle act of walking, of moving through this serene and quiet world. The gentle chorus of the crickets and the soft glow of the lanterns are constant, comforting companions. The air grows cooler, carrying a fresh scent of dew, beginning to form on the leaves and petals. The edges of the leaves, the outlines of the trees against the sky, the very air itself seems to lose its sharpness, becoming gentle and hazy. Each step draws you deeper into the garden's peaceful embrace, a place where everything is quiet, everything is still. The only movement is the slow, steady rhythm of walking and the occasional gentle rustle of a leaf, stirred by an unfelt breeze. The path continues, but the warm, golden light gives way to a different kind of illumination. It is a paler light, silvery and cool, that filters through the trees. The path widens slightly, the cobblestones becoming interspersed with soft grass. The enclosed feeling of the garden path begins to open up, hinting at a larger, more expansive space just beyond the trees. The sweet perfume of the flowers begins to mingle with the clean, fresh scent of open meadow and cool night air. The path is leading you out of the wooded garden and toward the source of this gentle silver light. You takes the final step from the garden path. The last of the cobblestones disappear beneath soft, cool turf. The trees that line the way fall away, receding into the background like quiet guardians. The world opens up on all sides, vast and serene. The cool, silver light is no longer filtered through a canopy of leaves, but washes over everything in a gentle, uninterrupted flood. Before you stretches a vast and open meadow, unfolding like a bolt of silver cloth under the moon. It is not a flat, uniform space, but a landscape of gentle contours, rising and falling in long, slow waves that resemble a sleeping sea. The gentle hills roll away into the soft darkness, their crests catching the moonlight, and their hollows cradling deep, velvety shadows. The grass itself is long and fine, growing in thick, lush swaths. Each slender blade is tipped with a tiny, perfect bead of dew that captures the moonlight, creating the effect of a million tiny diamonds scattered across a field of shimmering silver. A low, persistent breeze moves through the meadow, a soft exhalation from the sleeping world. It makes the long grass sway in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The movement is not uniform, but travels in waves, a visible current of silver flowing across the gentle hills. It is a silent dance, a continuous, peaceful motion that seems to be the very breath of the meadow itself. The air, cooler here than in the sheltered garden, feels clean and fresh on the skin, carrying a profound stillness even within its movement. The ground beneath is soft and yielding, a deep cushion of earth and dense roots that softens every footfall. The long grasses part with each step, whispering against Hugh's legs with a soft, brushing sound, a dry, papery rustle. There is no path here, no defined way to go, only the freedom to wander through the open space, guided by the gentle pull of the landscape itself. Each step feels deliberate and calm, part of the meadow's slow, peaceful rhythm. As the breeze shifts its direction, it carries a new scent across the open air. It is the soft, clean, herbal fragrance of lavender. It is faint at first, a subtle hint that weaves itself into the cool night. It must be carried from fields somewhere nearby, beyond the gentle rise of the meadow, a gift from an unseen source. The scent is not overpowering, but a delicate perfume that speaks of calm and deep quiet. It mingles with the honest scent of damp earth and the green smell of the living grass, creating the unique and tranquil perfume of a moonlit night. Then, from far away, across the silvery expanse, comes a soft, low sound. Oh, the call of an owl, deep and resonant, echoes gently in the stillness. It is a solitary sound, not a call of alarm, but a quiet announcement of presence, a single note of life in the vast, tranquil landscape. A moment of deep silence follows, the air seeming to hold still to listen. Then the call comes again, perhaps a little fainter this time, a gentle punctuation in the profound quiet of the meadow. The sound doesn't break the peace. It deepens it, making the world feel both vast and intimate. Hugh pauses in the shallow dip between two soft hills and looks up into the night sky. The moon hangs there, not directly overhead, but lower, toward the horizon, as if preparing for a long, slow journey across the heavens. It is almost full, a pearlescent orb of soft white light against the deep, velvety indigo of the sky. Its glow is not harsh or bright, but ethereal and gentle. It casts long, soft-edged shadows that move and stretch as unseen clouds drift slowly across its face. This light transforms the world, bleaching the color from the landscape and replacing it with 1,000 shades of silver, pewter, and soft black. Every blade of grass, every distant tree, every contour of the land is touched and defined by its serene and watchful gaze. Standing perfectly still in the heart of the meadow, the world seems to hold its breath. The breeze dies down for a moment, and the sea of grass ceases its swaying, becoming perfectly motionless. In this deep, quiet, smaller, more intimate sounds emerge. The faint, almost inaudible rustle of a field mouse in the grass nearby, the whisper of youth's own clothing settling. The chorus of crickets from the garden has faded completely, replaced by this more profound and expansive silence. Above, the stars that were just beginning to appear in the garden now fill the sky, a brilliant, dense blanket of light, undimmed by any competing glow. They seem close enough to touch. The movement is slow, unhurried, with no destination in mind. Each footfall is a soft press into the thick turf. The air seems to grow even more still, the temperature dropping just a little, a sign of the night deepening into its most quiet hours. The moonlight is a reliable guide, illuminating the ground ahead, making the landscape of soft shadows and silver highlights easy to navigate. It feels as though this meadow was made for wandering in, a place with no beginning and no end, just a continuous, peaceful present. A single, tiny point of light blinks into existence nearby, hovering just above the tips of the grass. A firefly. It glows with a soft, greenish yellow light, a warm and living spark in the cool silver world. It holds its light for a steady moment, then blinks out, only to reappear a few feet away, its path a slow, meandering arc through the darkness. He watches its silent, gentle journey as it floats away, its small light a comforting, fleeting presence in the vastness of the meadow before it disappears over the crest of a hill. As he walks on, a new sound begins to separate itself from the deep silence. It is very faint at first, almost imperceptible, a gentle vibration in the air more than a sound. But as you continue, it grows slightly, becoming the distinct sound of moving water, a soft, continuous trickling, a gentle murmur. The sound seems to be coming from the low point of the meadow, just beyond the next gentle slope. The breeze carries it more clearly now, a promise of something new in the quiet landscape. Drawn by the soft, whispering sound, you continues to walk, moving through the silver grass toward the gentle music of the unseen stream. The ground beneath you's feet begins to change, a subtle shift from the dry, springy turf of the meadow to something softer, cooler. The silver grass grows thicker here and taller, brushing gently against you's legs, with a soft, hushing sound. With each step, the air grows cooler, carrying a distinct scent damp earth and clean, running water. The musical murmur of the stream is clearer now, no longer a faint vibration, but a definite presence just ahead. A continuous, soothing whisper that seems to call from the darkness. He reaches the crest of the final gentle slope and pauses. Below, winding through the lowest point of the landscape, is the stream. It is not wide, perhaps only a few feet across, but in the moonlight, it appears as a ribbon of liquid silver, a flowing path of captured starlight. It moves without hurry, a dark shimmering line cutting through the pale grass of the meadow floor. The surface is alive, constantly shifting, catching the moonlight and breaking it into 1,000 tiny, fleeting diamonds of light. The sound of the water grows richer, separating into a chorus of smaller sounds. There is the soft gurgle as it flows around a larger, mossy stone, a gentle lapping against the earthen bank, and the steady underlying hum of the current itself. The sound is constant and ancient, a lullaby that has been sung in this meadow for countless nights. It seems to wash over the landscape, quieting everything else. You arrives at the water's edge, stopping where the soft earth gives way to a small collection of smooth gray stones. The stream flows past, so close now that you can see the intricate patterns its current weaves. Small eddies swirl behind rocks, and tiny, almost invisible waves ripple outwards from the center. Summer. The water is perfectly clear. In the pearl-scent light of the moon, the stream bed is visible, a mosaic of dark, rounded pebbles and smooth, water-worn stones that have been polished over ages. The air by the stream is cool and crisp on the skin. It carries a clean, mineral scent, the pure fragrance of cold water moving over stone. Mingled with it is the faintest hint of pine, a resinous sweetness carried on a gentle breeze from a stand of trees that stands like dark sentinels on the far side of the meadow. It is a refreshing, calming scent that feels as old as the landscape itself. You kneels down on the soft bank, the damp earth cool and yielding. Reaching out, you trails a hand into the water. The cold is immediate but not shocking. A clean, vital chill that speaks of deep springs and shaded passages. The current is a gentle but steady pressure, flowing around fingers like cool silk. A small silver leaf, fallen from a distant birch, floats by, spinning slowly in a miniature whirlpool before continuing its unhurried journey downstream. Lifting a gaze from the water, you looks at the surface of the stream again. It is a perfect moving mirror of the sky above. The moon's reflection is a soft, wavering orb of light, its edges blurring and reforming with every look. And all around it, the reflections of the brightest stars shiver and dance, their distant, steady light transformed into fleeting, aquatic sparks. It is as if the entire night sky has been gathered here, flowing through the heart of the quiet meadow. Watching the celestial river flow by is deeply calming. Beside the stream, A large flat stone sits half embedded in the bank, covered in a thick carpet of dark green moss. The moss is soft and velvety to the touch, cool and damp with the night's dew. You sit here, finding a comfortable place to rest and simply listen. The world seems to shrink to the edges of this stream. The vastness of the meadow and the sky feel more intimate now, centered around the constant, gentle song of the water. The stream's murmur is the only sound for a long while. It is a sound that holds no tension, no story, no demand. It simply is. It fills the quiet without disturbing it. A peaceful, rhythmic presence that has no beginning and no end. The gentle cadence of the water seems to find a corresponding rhythm within. A slowing, a settling, and easing into the deep quiet of the night. There's nothing to do here but be. Nothing to think about but the soft flow of water over stone. After a time, a new sound joins the stream's song. It is the deep, resonant croak of a single frog from somewhere along the opposite bank, hidden in the reeds. Its call is low and unhurried, a single, contemplative note that rises and falls, then is answered by another farther downstream. Their quiet conversation becomes part of the night's music, a gentle counterpoint to the water's steady whisper. It adds another layer of life and peace to the scene. The moon continues its slow arc across the sky, its light shifting as it moves. The shadows of the tall grasses on the bank stretch and change, and the reflections on the water's surface alter their angle. The world is not static, but in a state of slow, graceful, constant motion. The stream flows, the moon travels, the stars wheel overhead, all part of a silent, cosmic dance. To sit here is to be a quiet observer of this gentle, unfolding night. Eventually, you rises from the mossy stone, a feeling of deep tranquility lingering. Instead of turning back, you begins to walk alongside the stream, following its meandering path. A faint trail, barely visible in the moonlight, runs parallel to the water's edge. A path worn smooth by the quiet passing of deer and other woodland creatures. The soft sound of the water is a constant companion, a guiding whisper in the stillness, leading away from the open meadow and toward a darker cluster of trees, their branches forming a canopy that seems to promise an even deeper quiet ahead. The trees here are old and tall, their lower branches reaching out like welcoming arms. An archway is formed between two great silver birches, their pale bark luminous in the moonlight. You steps through this natural gateway, leaving the open meadow behind and entering a place of profound stillness. Immediately, the world changes. The air grows cooler, sheltered from the open sky. The sound of the stream, which had been a constant companion, fades to a distant, barely bare murmur, absorbed by the soft earth and thick trunks, and the ground underfoot softens. A carpet of fallen leaves and moss over rich soil, hushing every footstep. A gentle hush envelops this space, a quiet so deep it feels like a presence in itself. You are in a glade, a near-perfect circle, cleared by nature and time. The tall trees stand guard at its perimeter, their leaves forming a high canopy that filters the moonlight. The light that reaches the floor of the glade is soft and dappled, painting shifting patterns of silver and shadow on the ground. It is a sanctuary of stillness, a hidden room within the larger forest, where time seems to slow to a gentle, steady pulse. Faint, sweet fragrance hangs in the air. It is the scent of wild chamomile, growing in low, feathery patches across the glade. Mixed with it is the cool, clean smell of the night and the rich, loamy scent of the forest floor. It is a calming, earthen perfume that speaks of peace and deep rest. The whisper of a breeze can be heard high above in the canopy, a faint sigh that rustles the highest leaves. But down here, in the heart of the glade, the air is perfectly still. You walk slowly toward the center of the clearing. The grass is soft and thick, cool against the ankles. It springs back with each step, a living cushion. There is no path here, no direction to follow. There is only the quiet invitation to wander through this peaceful haven. The tall, protective trees seem to lean inward slightly, their silent watchfulness creating a sense of being completely sheltered from the outside world. In the center of the glade, you pauses and looks up. Through the latticework of leaves and branches, the night sky is visible. The moon is no longer in full view, but its presence is felt in the silvered edges of the leaves and the gentle light that fills the space. The stars, however, are sharp and clear in the gaps of the canopy. They twinkle softly, diamonds scattered on deep velvet, a celestial gathering, witnessing the world's gradual easing into slumber. It feels as though this glade is an observatory, built just for this quiet moment of stargazing. You continue a slow walk across the glade, drawn toward the far side, near the base of a truly ancient oak tree, whose trunk is wide and covered in a tapestry of moss. The ground dips slightly. Here, the grass grows even thicker, and the chamomile is more abundant, releasing its gentle scent with the slightest disturbance. It looks like a perfect place to rest. A soft hollow cradled by the roots of the old tree. The great oak provides a sense of profound stability and age. Its bark is deeply grooved, a map of seasons past. A low, thick branch extends out, parallel to the ground, almost like a bench. He reaches out and rests a hand on the moss that covers it. It is cool, damp, and incredibly soft, like velvet. The tree feels solid, enduring, a quiet guardian of this tranquil space. You settle into the comfortable hollow at the tree's base. The soft grass and earth conform perfectly, offering gentle support. Leaning back against the steady trunk, the world finds a new perspective. The views of the canopy above and the star-dusted sky beyond. The peace of the glade deepens, unfurling like a soft blanket. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. Just this moment of pure, uninterrupted calm. The faint rustle of a leaf somewhere high in the branches. The distant memory of the stream. A single cricket begins a soft, chirping song nearby. Its rhythm, slow and steady. It is not a sound that breaks the silence, but one that measures its depth. The world is slowly, gently easing into its nightly repose. The air remains cool and still, carrying the soothing fragrance of the earth and the chamomile. The sense of being held, cradled by the quiet woods settles in. The starlight filters down, soft and unwavering. Everything is simple. The grass is soft, the tree is strong, the sky is vast. The glade is a haven, a starlit sanctuary. The gentle hush deepens, and the world grows very still. The stars overhead continue their silent, slow turn. The soft grass offers its comfort. The night breathes a quiet peace. All is calm. All is quiet. He walks through a field of tall grass, the sun low and warm at your back. The path is a soft, earthen track, worn smooth by time and gentle passage. Each step is quiet, cushioned by the yielding ground. The air is still, holding the last of the day's heat, a gentle warmth that settles like a soft blanket. The meadow stretches out in every direction, a vast and tranquil sea of gold and amber. The grasses are tall, reaching just past your waist, their feathery tops catching the light like spun silk. As you move, your hands trail lightly through them, feeling the soft, dry whisper of each stalk as it passes. The sound is a constant, gentle rustle, a continuous sigh that seems to be the meadow's own quiet breath. The sun dips lower toward the horizon, its light turning from bright gold to a deep, burnished orange. This golden light spills across the landscape, making the entire field glow from within. Long, soft-edged shadows stretch out from every blade of grass, from every cluster of wild flowers, painting the ground in shifting patterns of lavender and gray. The sky above is a gradient of deepening color. Directly overhead, it is a soft, clear blue, but near the setting sun, it melts into shades of pale rose and warm apricot. There are no clouds, only this seamless expanse of color, fading slowly into the coming evening. You pause along the path, standing perfectly still for a moment. The world seems to slow down around you, settling into a comfortable quiet. With the cessation of movement, the sounds of the field become clear. A low, sleepy hum of insects comes from deep within the grasses, a peaceful drone that seems to vibrate in the warm air. In the distance, carried on a slight breeze, is the faint, murmuring sound of moving water. It is a cool and gentle sound, a quiet song from the brook hidden somewhere beyond the edge of the meadow. The sound is not insistent, just a steady presence in the background of the evening's calm. You feel the solid earth beneath your feet, a firm and steady foundation, and the gentle air moving against your skin, carrying with it the sweet scent of the field. The air is fragrant with the delicate perfume of wild flowers scattered among the grasses. There are small clusters of white clover, their scent sweet and familiar. Here and there, tiny purple and yellow blossoms nod on slender stems, adding their own faint, honeyed notes to the air. The aroma mixes with the warm, hay-like scent of the sun-dried grass and the rich, clean smell of the dark soil. It is the scent of a long summer day coming to a peaceful close, full of warmth and the promise of a cool, restful night. Your gaze travels across the field to a lone, ancient oak tree, standing silhouetted against the glowing horizon. Its branches are wide and sprawling, reaching out like welcoming arms. The trunk is broad and gnarled, a testament to its great age, speaking of countless seasons passed in this quiet field. Even from this distance, the tree has a powerful sense of stillness and permanence. As you watch, the single bird calls out from its high branches. The song is clear and melodic, a simple three-note call that hangs in the air for a moment before fading. After the call, a profound silence settles over the meadow, deeper and more peaceful than before. The world seems to be listening, holding its breath in the fading light. You begin to walk again, your steps unhurried. The path winds gently through the tranquil expanse, a clear guide through the sea of grass. With each step, you move through alternating patches of warm light and cool shadow. One moment, the last rays of the sun are warm on your face and arms. The next, you pass into a long, cool shadow cast by a rise of the land, and the air feels instantly fresher. This gentle rhythm of light and shade, warmth and coolness, becomes a soothing pattern, marking your slow journey through the dusk. The whispering of the grasses continues, a constant, soft companion to your quiet footsteps. The light continues to soften the vibrant oranges and golds of sunset, giving way to the muted mauves and deep blues of twilight. The world is losing its sharp edges, becoming softer, quieter. The distant line of trees at the meadow's edge is now a dark, velvety silhouette. The details of the path ahead become less distinct, but the way forward remains clear. The air grows cooler, carrying a hint of nighttime dew. The murmur of the brook seems a little closer now, a little clearer, as the other sounds of the day fade completely away. It is a gentle, pulling sound, a promise of cool water and deeper tranquility. The path begins a slow, almost imperceptible descent, leading you gently downward. The tall grasses give way to shorter, softer clover near the edges of the track. The scent of the air changes subtly. The dry sweetness of the meadow mingling with the damper, earthier fragrance that rises from the direction of the water. The great oak is now off to your side, a dark and watchful guardian in the deepening twilight. The sky above is now a deep, starless indigo, waiting for the first pinpricks of night to appear. You follow the path as it curves toward the sound of the brook, each step taking you further into the quiet embrace of the coming night. The path levels out, its gentle downward slope softening into flat, damp earth. The sound of the brook is no longer a distant murmur, but a clear and present melody. It is a collection of soft, liquid notes, a constant and soothing song that seems to draw the last of the light from the sky. The air here, near the water, is distinctly cooler, carrying the clean, earthful scent of wet stones and rich, dark soil. You take a few more steps, and the tall grass is thin, revealing the source of the sound. There, before you, is the brook. It is not wide, perhaps only a few paces from one bank to the other. The water runs clear and steady over a bed of smooth, rounded stones, each one visible through the shallow current. The last light of the evening sky, a deep and placid indigo, is reflected on the water's surface, shimmering and breaking over the ripples. The stones on the bottom are shades of gray and dark green, softened by a velvety layer of moss that sways gently with the flow of the water. The banks are low and soft, carpeted in a thick, springy cushion of emerald green moss that looks cool to the touch. You stand at the water's edge, simply listening. The brook sings its gentle lullaby, a timeless tune composed of many small sounds. There is the low, continuous rush of the main current, a soft, shushing sound. Layered over this is the lighter, trickling sound of water finding its way around larger stones. And beneath it all, a quiet, gurgling hum as the water moves through hidden channels under the bank. It is a sound that speaks of peace, of constancy, a melody that has played here in this quiet place for countless evenings. The narrow path appears, hugging the edge of the water. It seems less a path made by footsteps and more a natural track formed by the gentle contours of the land. You turn and begin to follow it, your own steps falling softly on the moss and damp earth. The ground is yielding, making each footstep quiet, almost silent. The sound of the water is a constant companion now, a gentle presence just to your side. The world feels smaller here, more intimate, enclosed by the soft sounds and the gathering dark. As you walk, a new scent drifts on the cooling air. It is the faint, pleasant aroma of wood smoke. It is not sharp or close, but distant and mellow, as if from a hearth far away. Its smoke thinned and softened by its journey through the evening air. The scent mingles with the damp, clean fragrance of the brook and the earthy smell of fallen leaves, creating a perfume that is both wild and comforting. It speaks of shelter and warmth, a quiet note of homeliness in the vast, peaceful landscape. The air continues to cool, a gentle transition from the lingering warmth of the day. You can feel its cool touch against your skin, a refreshing and calming sensation. It feels like a soft, well-worn blanket settling over the world, soothing everything into a state of repose. This profound tranquility seems to seep in from the air itself, a deep and abiding peace that envelops you as you move slowly along the winding path. The pace is unhurried, with no destination in mind, beyond this slow, quiet wandering. Then, in the deep shadows beneath a drooping fern, a tiny light blinks on. It is a soft, gentle pulse of greenish gold, glowing for a moment before blinking off again. A firefly. You stop to watch. Another light appears a few feet away, hovering over the dark water. Then another, and another, and another, until the air along the brook is filled with their silent, magical light. They drift slowly through the twilight, their movements unhurried and graceful. They're like tiny, living lanterns, each one carrying a small, calm flame, lighting the way into the deep peace of the night. Their soft, intermittent glow illuminates small details, otherwise lost in the darkness. For a moment, the light catches on the wet surface of a leaf, making it shine. It reveals the intricate pattern of moss on a stone, or the delicate, lacy edge of a fern frond. They dance in the growing dark, their lights flickering like tiny, friendly stars that have descended to earth to guide you onward. Their silent, gentle ballet is the only movement in the still air, a quiet and mesmerizing spectacle. Lifting your gaze from the fireflies, you look up at the sky. The deep indigo has darkened to a velvety black, and the first true stars of the night are beginning to appear. They are sharp, brilliant points of silver, scattered across the vast, dark canvas, here and there, where the brook's surface is calm and pool-like. The stars are reflected, their distant light trembling on the moving water. The universe above and the small, intimate world of the brook below seem connected, sharing the same profound stillness, the same deep and gentle mystery. The path continues to follow the brook's gentle curves, leading you deeper into the evening. The way is clear, marked by the soft ground underfoot and the constant, reassuring song of the water. The cool air, the scent of earth and distant wood smoke, the silent dance of the fireflies. It all combines into a single, seamless feeling of profound calm. There is only the soft sound of your own quiet footsteps and the timeless melody of the brook. Ahead, the path begins to curve away from the open bank. It leads toward a darker area where the silhouettes of trees rise against the starry sky. It is a small grove, a whispering wood, and the darkness there seems deeper, softer, and even more peaceful. A new sound joins the melody of the brook, the faint, dry rustle of leaves stirring in the slight night breeze. The path invites you forward, out of the starlit open and into the quiet embrace of the trees, continuing this slow and peaceful journey through the night. You take a step forward, leaving the open, starlit bank of the brook and entering the shelter of the trees, the world changes in that single step. The air, which had been moving in a gentle current along the water, becomes suddenly still. It feels closer, more intimate, held in place by the silent congregation of trunks and branches. The scent of the air changes too. The damp, watery smell of the brook gives way to the rich, complex perfume of the forest floor. A blend of damp earth, fallen leaves, and the clean, sharp fragrance of pine. The path narrows almost immediately, the soft ground underfoot quieting your steps until they are nearly silent. It is no longer a wide, clear track, but an intimate trail that winds between the tall, straight trunks of pines and the broader, leafier forms of sleeping maples. The ground is springy, cushioned by a deep layer of fallen pine needles and soft loam that has gathered over countless seasons. Each footfall is a soft, muffled press into the earth, a sound that is absorbed by the profound quiet of the woods. Looking up, you see the canopy of leaves forming a ceiling high above. It is not a solid roof, but a delicate, living mosaic. Through the gaps between the leaves, patches of the night sky are visible, holding their distant, silent stars. Moonlight filters down through this intricate network of branches, not as a steady beam, but as 1,000 scattered pieces of silver. The light dapples the path ahead, creating a shifting pattern of soft grays and deep, velvety shadows. It is a gentle, ever-changing dance of light, moving as the leaves stir in the barely there breeze. The whispering sound that you first heard from the edge of the grove is all around you now. It is the sound of a vast, collective breath as a slight current of air drifts through the highest leaves. It is a soft, dry, shushing sound, a murmur that speaks of nothing but peace. It is a sound that has existed in these woods for centuries, a timeless lullaby sung by the trees themselves. It seems to smooth over all of the noises, wrapping the world in a blanket of serene sound. As you walk deeper, the path curves gently to the left. On your right, the feathery fronds of a large fern brush softly against your arm. The touch is light, cool, and dry, like a soft whisper against your skin. The movement releases a faint, green scent into the air, the clean fragrance of the forest's deep, shaded places. You pass more ferns lining the path, their intricate shapes traced in silhouette where the moonlight catches them. They bow slightly as you pass. They're soft, a part of this quiet journey. From somewhere deep within the woods, a new sound joins the rustling of the leaves. A soft, low hoot. It is the call of an owl, mellow and distant. The sound is not startling, but rather a perfect note in the symphony of the night. It is a sound that belongs to the deep, peaceful dark. A moment of silence follows the call. Then, from even farther away, a second owl answers with a call that is fainter, softer, a gentle echo through the trees. And then, only the whispering leaves remain, The memory of the golden field at dusk, the wide open sky above the brook, it all recedes, replaced by this enclosed, tranquil world. There is only the narrow path, the dappled moonlight on the ground, and the tall, silent shapes of the trees standing like gentle guardians all around. Each step carries you further into this profound solitude, a serenity that feels ancient and deeply comforting. And you pause for a moment, standing perfectly still in the middle of the path. You reach out a hand and rest it on the trunk of a nearby pine. The bark is rough and cool beneath your palm, textured with deep fissures and flaky plates. A fine dusting of dry moss grows in the crevices, soft as velvet to the touch. The tree feels solid, immovably calm, a silent witness to the passing of the night. Standing here, you can feel the deep stillness of the forest, a quiet that seems to emanate from the earth itself, rising up through the roots and trunks of these ancient trees. The air is cool on your face, carrying the clean scent of pine resin. It is a refreshing, clarifying aroma that seems to quiet the mind. It mingles with the darker, richer scent of the soil and decaying leaves, a perfume that is wholly natural and deeply peaceful. This is the true scent of the night woods, an honest and simple fragrance that speaks of stillness and rest. You begin to walk again, your pace unhurried, your footsteps making no sound on the soft earth. The path continues its winding journey, leading you ever deeper into the heart of the small wood. The darkness here is not empty. It is filled with the presence of the sleeping trees, the faint, rustling life in the canopy, and the gentle patterns of moonlight. It is a soft and welcoming dark, a place of profound peace and repose. Ahead, the trees seem to grow a little less dense. The path begins to straighten, and the canopy opens slightly, allowing larger, clear patches of moonlight to fall upon the ground. The air stirs with a slightly stronger, cooler breeze, carrying the scent of open space and night-damp grass. The hushed whispering of the woods begins to soften as you near its edge. You are walking toward a small clearing, a circular space of peace nestled within the protective embrace of the trees. As you take the final few steps out from between the last two trees, the path opens up entirely. Before you lies a small, round meadow, bathed in the gentle silver light of the moon. And in the very center of this clearing, a great shape rises to meet the sky. It is a grand old oak tree, its vast trunk thick with age and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Its silhouette is dark and majestic against the starry sky, a picture of ancient strength and enduring tranquility, offering a place to rest. You take a final step, and the soft earth of the forest path gives way to cool, short grass. The air changes here, losing the close, resinous scent of the pines and opening up to the fragrance of night air and damp soil. Above, the sky is no longer a sliver seen through branches. but a vast, dark dome, boundless and filled with quiet light. The great oak stands in the center of it all, a silent anchor in a sea of silver grass. You begin to walk toward the tree. Your footsteps now, a soft whisper in the grass. The moonlight is bright here, casting long, faint shadows that stretch from the edge of the woods. Your own shadow moves with you, a darker shape on the pale ground, swaying gently with each unhurried step. The tree seems to grow larger with each moment, its highest branches reaching for the stars. As you draw closer, the true scale of the oak becomes clear. Its trunk is immense, wider than several people standing side by side, its surface a testament to its great age. Great, gnarled roots spread out from its base, like sturdy knuckles gripping the earth, anchoring it firmly to the world. You reach the edge of its sprawling canopy, and the moonlight becomes dappled once more, filtered through a million leaves. You reach out a hand and place it on the trunk. The bark is deeply grooved, a landscape of ridges and valleys worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. It feels cool and solid beneath your palm, a profound and steady presence. In the crevices, tiny patches of moss grow, dry and soft, like old velvet, a gentle green against the deep gray of the bark. You trace one of the deep fissures with a fingertip, following its winding path up the trunk. The tree seems to hum with a quiet, ancient energy, a stillness that sinks deep into the bones. You walk around the base of the trunk, your feet sinking slightly into the soft earth gathered there. On one side, two massive roots have formed a natural seat, a sheltered nook cushion with a thick layer of fallen oak leaves. The leaves are dry and rustle softly as you approach, a sound like turning the pages of a very old book. It seems a space made for quiet contemplation, protected by the sheer bulk of the tree. You settle into the space, leaning your back against the solid trunk. The rough texture of the bark is felt even through your clothes, a constant, reassuring pressure. The fallen leaves create a soft, dry cushion beneath you, conforming gently to your shape. A faint, earthy scent rises from them, the smell of autumn in deep woods of time and stillness. Here, in the embrace of the oak, the world feels very calm and very simple. The branches of the oak create a complex lacework against the night sky. They twist and turn, reaching out in all directions, each one a sturdy limb that has weathered countless seasons. Through the gaps in the leaves, stars glitter like scattered diamonds on dark velvet. They seem closer here, framed by the dark, steady shapes of the branches. A gentle breeze begins to stir, moving through the high canopy of the oak. The sound is different from the whispering of the pines. It is a fuller, softer rustle, the sound of thousands of broad leaves shifting against one another. It is a sound like a slow, deep exhalation, the breathing of the ancient tree itself. Beyond the rustling, the night is profoundly quiet. The distant call of the owls has faded, leaving only this gentle, rhythmic sound to fill the air. There is the clean, cool fragrance of the open meadow grass, still holding hint of the day's warmth. Mingled with it is the rich, woody scent of the oak's bark and the damp earth held within its roots. It is a comforting and grounding perfume, the pure scent of the natural world at rest. You shift your gaze from the canopy to the open sky beyond the reach of the branches. The moon is a slender crescent now, casting a gentle, milky light across the clearing. The stars are countless, spread across the deep, endless dark. Some burn with a steady white light, while others seem to pulse faintly, a slow and ancient rhythm. A river of fainter stars, a pale, glowing band, stretches from one horizon to the other, a silent, majestic river of light. The solid presence of the oak at your back is a comforting anchor. It feels as if the tree is a guardian, its vast canopy a protective roof, its sturdy trunk a shield against the world. Its sturdy trunk a shield against the world. The quiet of the clearing is absolute, a silence that is not empty, but full of peace. The moonlit circle seems very far away, its noises and movements held at bay by the surrounding woods and the deep calm of the night. A single leaf detaches from a high branch. It drifts down slowly, turning over and over in the still air, a dark shape against the paler sky. You watch its silent, spiraling descent until it lands without a sound on the grass, a few feet away, joining the countless others that have fallen before it. The moment is small, simple, and perfect in its tranquility. The great tree continues its silent watch. The coolness of the night air settles on your skin, a refreshing touch on your face and hands. But against your back, the great trunk of the oak seems to hold a faint, residual warmth, a deep, earthy heat, absorbed from the long hours of sun. The contrast is subtle, a gentle reminder of the cycle of day and night, of warmth and coolness, of activity and rest. You feel completely held in this moment, suspended in the deep peace of the night. Time seems to slow down here, under the watch of the ancient oak. The moon continues its silent arc across the sky, its light shifting slowly across the meadow grass, changing the shape and length of the shadows. The stars remain fixed in their brilliant patterns, quiet witnesses to the unfolding night. After a long, still while, a feeling of deep rest settles in, a sense that this place has offered its profound shelter. You place your palms flat on the leafy ground beside you, feeling the crisp texture of the leaves and the firm earth beneath. With a slow, easy movement, you push yourself up, rising to your feet. The great oak stands, as it has for centuries, unmoved and serene. You turn and place a hand on its bark one last time, a silent gesture of thanks for its shelter. You step away from the tree, back into the center of the small clearing. The open meadow stretches out before you, the silvery grass rippling gently in the night breeze. The sky above is vast and unobstructed now, a canopy of stars from horizon to horizon. leads out of the clearing and into the wider starlit meadow beyond, inviting you to continue your journey into the heart of the quiet night. You step from the leafy ground of the clearing on the faint path that winds into the open meadow. The earth underfoot changes immediately, from the soft rustle of fallen leaves to the firm, cool press of bare soil, worn smooth by time and weather. The air shifts as well, the close, woody scent of the oak giving way to a wider, cleaner fragrance, the scent of open space, of cool night air, moving over miles of grass and earth. The path is less a track and more a gentle suggestion in the landscape, a place where the grass is slightly shorter, the ground a little more even. You follow its winding course, moving from the shelter of the woods into the vast stillness of the meadow. The sky opens up completely, a boundless dome of deep, velvety black, scattered with a wild profusion of stars. The slender moon hangs like a silver sliver, its gentle light just enough to give shape to the world, to cast long, soft-edged shadows that stretch across the land. The meadow lies in perfect stillness around you. It is a quiet ocean of shadow and starlight, the tall grasses swaying in a rhythm so slow it is almost imperceptible. Each blade of grass tipped with a tiny point of reflected starlight, is a tender reminder of the world turning, the slow, silent whisper of time passing. The gentle breeze that moves through the grass makes a sound like a soft sigh, a continuous, peaceful murmur that is the only voice of the night. The cool air settles around you like a gentle, weightless blanket. It carries the clean scent of dew beginning to form on the leaves and the faint, sweet perfume of wild clover. Its blossoms closed for the night. The distant song of the brook is barely audible now. A faint, silvery thread of sound woven so deeply into the fabric of the quiet that it seems to be part of the silence itself. It has become a part of the night's tranquil symphony, a distant, reassuring hum. You walk onward, your steps slow and unhurried. The path eventually fades, disappearing completely into the gentle swell of the meadow. You continue on, finding a natural place to pause in a shallow dip in the land, a slight hollow where the grass grows especially thick and soft. Here, the air is even more still, the gentle breeze passing just overhead, leaving this small space in a state of perfect calm. With a slow, easy motion, you settle down, lying back into the deep, soft cushion of the grass. The earth receives you with presence solid and steady beneath. The thick turf is cool and surprisingly comfortable, a living mattress that conforms perfectly, holding you in its gentle embrace. Your perspective shifts entirely. The world is no longer around you, but above and below you. Below is the solid, reassuring presence of the earth, its quiet strength a constant. Above, the stars scatter in their wild, silent glory. They seem closer now, their light soft and ancient, traveling for untold ages to arrive in this quiet moment. The great river of the Milky Way is a pale, luminous cloud stretching from one horizon to the other, a breathtaking band of countless distant suns. Some stars burn with a steady, unwavering light, while others seem to pulse with a slow, ancient heartbeat. You watch their silent celestial dance, feeling the immense scale of the universe and the profound peace of this one small, sheltered spot within it. The night feels deep and watchful, a silent guardian over the sleeping world. The world seems to slow to a soft, gentle pause. A moment suspended in time where there is nothing to do, nowhere to be. The gentle coolness of the air is a constant, soft touch on your skin. The sounds of the night have faded into an all-encompassing quiet. The whisper of the breeze in the grass has softened to nothing. The distant murmur of the brook has been absorbed into the stillness. There is only a deep, resonant silence, the kind of silence that is not empty, but full of peace. You lie cocooned by the earth's embrace, the vast, gentle night ever watchful above. Time itself seems to melt away, the moments stretching and blending one into the next without distinction. There is only the here and now, this perfect stillness under a canopy of stars. The world has become very simple, reduced to the feeling of the cool earth below and the sight of the ancient light above. The meadow is still. The stars shine on. The world rests in deep, quiet peace. The light of the stars is soft and low. The great meadow is asleep. The stillness settles over everything.